Alright, hello. Sorry for the late start. I was running around trying to find stuff and couldn't find it. So, today, I've got a fun project to start. It's been a little while since I did some painting. Oops, wrong one. And I've got a very fun, project that I'm almost certainly never, ever going to have the opportunity to paint another one of these. I'm going to be working on the Supremacy Armour, which is one of the very big Forge World resin kits. It's currently in some amount of pieces because I found that, like, when working on my knights, it's easier to do a lot of the painting beforehand and then final assembly. Probably for today, the initial goal might just be the legs. If I get this wrapped up sooner than I expect, might start the torso. A little idea of the. Oop, okay. I'm also gonna almost certainly have to play with the angle of the camera here because I'm not usually painting something this big. So give me a moment to bring the view up a little bit. And also take away a little bit of the zoom. There. That should be a little bit better to see. So yeah, this thing's been sitting on my desk in this like partially assembled state for about a week or so, and it just makes me chuckle every time I see it. I'm very excited to get this thing done so it can be put on the table finally. Yeah, let's see here. I have a little turntable about this size that I was going to get out for this because it feels like it would have been easier to work on this, but that's what I was looking for before stream, and I could not find it. And I was already like 10 minutes late, I think, getting started. So, or I guess 5 minutes late, but still, I didn't want to waste any more time looking when I wasn't even sure where it is. So we'll just go without it. I may need to pause at some point to dig out my Storm Surge, because I might want to use it as a reference for how I did certain colors, just so that I can be consistent. But yeah, let's get started on this. Let's see here. I'd like to use a big brush to speed some of this up, but I am a little worried that it won't actually be helpful. So, but let's try. Oh, you know what I did not do before stream, like I said, I told myself I was gonna do, was I did not put any more water in the wet palette. So let's fix that real quick. It's getting a little dried out. Alright. Okay, now let's actually get started. Yeah, the big brush is not actually going to help that much, because it's not hitting the little crevices very well. Alright, it was worth a try, but no. It's just going to make more work for me. Alright, well, in that case, let's put you away. This one's a little ratty, but that shouldn't matter. Not like I need to be delicate with any of this. Yeah, I don't know how interesting this is going to be to watch, because it is just going to be a lot of the same, with not a whole lot of major progress until the end. But I don't know. It's like I am never going to have the opportunity to paint another one of these, so I figured I might as well do it on stream since it's kind of special. So, my understanding is the Supremacy armor is unfortunately not actually that great. It's got a ton of firepower, but I say only, but only 30 wounds, and a worse save than the Storm Surge has. So it's not the hardest thing in the world to bring down. And combined with the fact that it is almost 800 points, my understanding is that it's just kinda not worth running because of that. Like, again, it's very strong, but it just dies to enough concentrated fire, and then there goes almost half your army in one go. But, that being said, it's cool, and it's big. And it will feel very satisfying if I ever have the opportunity to one-shot something like a Knight or a Bane tank with its rail cannon. Or heck, maybe even another another Supremacy suit. So, yeah, this is not a model I play because it is good. I will play it because it's cool. Although, I will never stop being cranky about the fact that both on the store page on Games Workshop's website and in all of the little lore blurbs about it, it is referred to as a battlesuit, yet it does not get the battlesuit keyword. Meaning, all the detachments and whatnot that buff battlesuits or anything that, benefits them, no good. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable, balancing, reason why it is that way. It's just very annoying to me. Also, do let me know if the music is either too loud or too quiet. I was just listening to music myself a couple days ago, and had to turn the volume up because I couldn't hear it that well. So the volume slider is not where I usually have it set. I tried to put it back to where I thought I left it at, but it probably won't be perfect. So do let me know if anything needs to be adjusted there. I guess, now that I'm actually working on this, the turntable would not have helped that much anyway, considering most of the turning I'm doing at the moment is up and down, which it would not have helped with. So, also do let me know if the camera angle is not working. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it before, but I can't see my preview and paint at the same time just because of the angle of my desk. So it's hard for me to tell if I'm taking it off screen or something. And especially given the size of this one, anything that would have normally worked before might not be true now. And I will say, it almost certainly would not be a competitive list, but a Tau list that could be very fun just in the future, again, just to do because it would be silly, is I kind of want to get a second Storm Surge and just run the two of them alongside this and just pretend I'm playing Knights, but with my Tau. I'd have like 400 points left over to just fill in the gaps with maybe some like cheap marker lights. And yeah, just see what kind of nonsense would come of it. Would it be good? Probably not, but it'd probably be fun. Okay, 1 moment. Getting my color reference here. Okay, that part I should have left blue. That's fine. I can fix that later. Alright, basically everything down to the ankle joint. I know there's a few places where the primer kind of came off. I believe that was me, like, putting it on its side to spray other angles before it had fully dried. So hopefully that's all that is, and, you know, I can just kind of paint over those little spots and everything will be fine. Worst case scenario, more paint starts coming off, and then I might have to figure out what to do about it, but so far everything seems to be sticking fine, so I'm not too concerned. Yeah, I think this brush is doing the job, but considering the condition it was already in when I started, this will probably be the last thing I paint with it before I throw it away. I don't think the brush will survive this. I'm also realizing, I might have already even said this, I don't know. Also realizing there are some angles that I did not do a very good job of getting the primer on, so hopefully that also isn't an issue. So far, I don't think it has been, but let's see. So I don't know how long this is going to take to do. Like, I'm not doing anything real fancy with it, and like there's not like a ton of tiny details to do, but it is big. So I don't really have a good idea as to, like, I don't have an estimate as to how long this is going to take. I almost surely won't get this, like, well, not even almost. Like, there is no chance I get this thing done tonight. But my guess is it'll take 3 streams. I'd love it if I could get it done in 2. And I just hope it doesn't take 4. That's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, I'm just probably just gonna keep working on this on stream because, like I said, I like no matter how long it takes, just because, like I said, this is something I'm never gonna have the opportunity to paint again, and so doing it like this just feels like a special occasion. So I'm honestly really surprised, like, we have not gotten, like, a date for the Orc Codex yet. I mean, I only started in, like, 10th had already been out for, like, a year or two by the time I, started playing. So maybe this is a normal amount of time between, the edition and the first Codex. I just really would have expected it by now. But again, maybe this is normal. It probably only feels slow because I'm, like, waiting for it. Because, I know it's going to be the first Codex for 11th. So I don't want to pick up the current Codex until, because it would just be a waste of money. But, it does make, putting a list... It does make, like, figuring out what I want to get for Orcs a little awkward when I don't actually have the Codex to look at. Like, I can do research online and figure stuff out that way, and that's what I have done. It's just... It is awkward to build an army when you don't readily have the stats available at all times. I am super uncomfortable holding this thing completely sideways or upside down. So afraid I'm either going to drop it or the glue holding the feet to the base will just give out. Because it's full resin, so it is kind of heavy. I also didn't... When I was assembling it, I didn't really have a full grasp of how heavy it was going to be, so I didn't do any, like, structural things like pinning in the hip joint. It's not, like, you know, it's not the size of a Titan, so I'm hoping that's fine, but... I mean, I guess if it isn't fine, I'll find out, and then I'll have to, hopefully, whatever, if anything does break, it's not catastrophic enough that I can't fix it, but... I feel like it should be fine. It's not, again, it's not Titan big. One moment, need a reference here. Okay, so the entire... Okay, so just do the entire hip. And it is a shame I can't get this particular black as a primer, because... I mean, I could get black primer, but it's a bit darker than the black I like to use for this. But because that would have saved me a lot of time if I could have just primed the entire, like, the legs in black. It would have been much quicker just to paint the blue, because I think there's going to be way more black than blue at this point. I also probably don't need to worry about painting the socket here, but just I don't know how much of it's going to be visible, so just get the whole thing. I did see they showed off the new Orc Warbikers today, which look very good. definitely going to be grabbing a few of those when the codex drops. Oh yeah, this I'm realizing now this would have been so much faster if I could have just primed in black. I guess I could have primed in like the darker black and then just painted over it, and then if I missed little spots, it wouldn't really be noticeable at all, but this is fine. It's still saving me some amount of work because I won't have to paint over all of the blue, just wherever I am a little messy. A little bit more careful how I'm holding it there so I'm not smudging the paint on what I already did. Maybe I should have done the hip first rather than the leg. Oh well, it'll be fine. Worst case, I just put more paint on it. So, I am going to take this opportunity to vent, to the surprise of no one, that, boy, I really feel like the Tau lost out bad in the latest rebalance. I think we're pretty good this edition overall. Cover is so powerful this edition. And the ability for your army to more or less just ignore it is very good. So I'm not complaining there. But just on the detachment front, boy, we need the Codex release bad. Because with Retaliation Cadre going up to 3 detachment points, there are only 2 detachments available to Tau that are 2 points. And one of them is exclusively for Kroot. Which is fine, but if you're like me and you just don't like running Kroot, then, your only option is Kauyon. At least I think that's how it's pronounced. Which is not... It's just not interesting. And you can't even really, do the thing of like, well, just run 3 1-point detachments because there's only 3 available, and one of those is exclusively for Kroot. Well, and Vespids, but it's like, I play almost exclusively battle suits with like a couple Pathfinders, so it just the inability to do anything other than like, if I want to do 2 detachments, I have to take. Actually, basically the only valid combination at that point is Kalyan and Prototype Cadre. Or I just run Retaliation or Monka. There's no variety. It's like there's very few possible choices, and that's not to say any of those choices are bad. Like, at the last tournament I played at, I just ran Retaliation with no secondary detachment, and it was still fine. Like, that is not saying it's bad. It's just there's no flexibility, no way to like change things up, try things out differently. So I don't know. I understand, like, my understanding is Purge the Foe has been very dominant as a like the archetype for people like intentionally going out of their way to take it and whatnot. And I totally get the need to curb that, but given the detachment options that, like, the few detachment options that Tau has in the first place, I don't understand why they chose to make Retaliation Cadre 3 points rather than just change the disposition. Because that hurts. Granted, I guess it doesn't actually change that much, because, like, I guess it just means that I can't run the stealth suit detachment, which isn't the worst. It just was really nice to have, because I couldn't run Prototype with Retaliation anyway. But I don't know. It just still feels it just feels bad that there's like one less combination available for an army that doesn't really have a lot of choices in the first place. But this has been me complaining about Games Workshop not giving any support to Tau, which is not news to anybody who plays Tau. It almost certainly won't happen, but there's just a couple little things I would love to get for Tau, like when the Codex finally does drop. One is, I would love a melee-focused battlesuit unit. It's not going to happen because, like, Tau gets away with having such good shooting because their melee is abysmal, even though, to my understanding, orcs are kind of supposed to be the opposite, where their shooting is abysmal because their melee is so good. But I don't know, under the right conditions, orc shooting can also be really good, and there's nothing you can do to save Tau melee. So it doesn't quite feel equivalent. But I would love some melee-focused battlesuits. Again, probably won't happen, but I can dream. And the other is just some sort of, like, light aircraft with the marker light keyword. Like, it does, like, something that's not overly expensive, but just some form of aircraft that can marker light. That's kind of its whole purpose. Like, even, like, give it, like, very little in the way of actual firepower. Just something that can move around the board and spot things would be very nice to have. Like, it's super not needed, and would actually maybe even be, like, I don't know, maybe that would even be too much. But I do wish I had something available that was a little bit more mobile in the terms of marker lights. Because my battle suits tend to leave my Pathbinders and stealth suits behind pretty easily. And unless I like kind of hold them back a bit, they can pretty easily get too far ahead of everything else to keep up with the things that need to be spotting for them. I guess maybe the solution there is I could just run a solo commander with some just longer range weapons, or just not even worry about their weapons, and their only job is to marker light things. Like that way they could keep up fairly well with all the others, and I could even throw the enhancement on them that lets me pick them up and put them down, like, repeatedly throughout the game. But I don't know. I feel like that enhancement does way more work on a unit of suits that is actually focused more on fighting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, there's just been a couple things that have been not quite working recently in my list, and I've just been trying to find the solutions to some of them. Wow, this brush is really getting beat up now. I apologize if there was any audio echo, or any echo in the music this whole time. I forgot to turn my speakers off. Alright, if there was any echo, it should be gone now. Sorry about if there was. I don't know. I think my mic is usually pretty good at noise cancellation, so it might not have been picking it up, but in case it was, sorry about that. So I've been figuring out what I'm going to stream next, like video game wise, after I finish the Supremacy Armour. I've got a couple options. One, I'm looking into Beast of Reincarnation because I'm curious. When I first saw trailers for it, it was like, alright, this looks neat. It's definitely very Nier inspired. It looks just like another like action RPG type thing. I'll play it if I get to it, but I don't really care much one way or the other. Then I realized it was made by Game Freak, and now I'm just curious. I have seen, though, reviews on it are fairly divisive, and I was curious as to the reasoning why, but it does look like there are some pretty valid criticisms in there of, like, a very bad lack of enemy variety, and just some bad design decisions overall. I also saw some complaints about like the rating and whatnot. I mean, and that's probably gonna be the most subjective thing, but the so yeah, I don't know. It turns out it might not be great. maybe I'll play like an hour of it on my own time and see if it feels like it's going to be fun for stream or not before I commit to it. Failing that, I have I keep meaning to do another Majora's Mask randomizer one of these days. I wanted to take some time on my own and just do a few more on my own time just to get more used to them. Because as much as I love Majora's Mask, I don't have nearly as much of it memorized like I do with Ocarina. And I know like next to nothing for tricks. So, like, I would prefer Seeds not take like 3 streams to do like the last one did. But we'll see. We'll see. I believe there is an update currently being worked on for the randomizer. And when that drops, if it hasn't already, I actually haven't checked it in a day or two. When that drops, I may just decide to just do another randomizer for it anyway, even if I haven't gotten the additional practice in that I wanted. At the very least, I need to just go make a list of the, like, some of the, like, day and time sensitive events. Because some of them I know the gist of when I'm supposed to be there for certain quests, but I don't necessarily know the exact hour. And taking away some of that guesswork would help speed up some of the seeds by quite a bit. And anything to do with Cafe's quest, I do not have memorized, so any of the time-sensitive stuff with that, just having a reference on hand would be nice. Also, anything like I didn't even learn until doing the randomizer last time that there's a grotto in the swamp that only appears on day 2. So, like, stuff like that is what I need to learn. And at the very least, make a list to have on hand until I memorize it all. I also want to do more Ocarina randomizers. I know enough tricks for Ocarina at this point that I just enjoy them. Like, I just really enjoy doing the no logic seeds. And like at this point, like, I know there's nothing really new to see in me doing a no logic seed for Ocarina anymore, but I don't know. They're just a nice kind of like comfort food type stream for me. Like, they're just enjoyable for me to do. But again, granted, I don't know how interesting they are to watch, so I don't want to fall back on that too often. At least not without something new to mix it up with, like new settings or whatnot. I think the next time I do a no logic seed, though, I am going to try turning on some more entrances. Like, I'm going to turn on some of the entrance randomizer stuff again. Because that was really, when I did the oops all settings seed, that was really fun. I did enjoy the entrance randomizer bit. I think the only point of frustration I was getting from it was the not being able to find where I was going, layered on top of, like, even once I got somewhere new, I couldn't do anything because I couldn't talk to people or open chests or swim or various other things because I had randomized everything. So just doing entrance randomizer next time will probably actually be quite fun. Because figuring out the routes to get from location to location. Yeah, sorry, I don't, my Discord is not public. I don't just add people. Appreciate the offer, but too much paint on the brush that time. I guess it occurs to me the last stream I did... Oh, also, sorry about no streams last week. I've had a sinus infection for the past, like, week. Actually, I guess it has been about a solid week now. And it's finally clearing up, but I was just extremely tired, dealing with constant headaches, and I just did not really have the energy to just be, like, on and, like, present to, like, try to hold conversation and whatnot for, like, 4 hours straight. So it was just better for me to take the week off. Though I am glad to be back to doing things again. I think nothing's going to be changing at the moment, but I may have to look into an alternate schedule in the future for streams, just because my current schedule of streaming one day, having raiding the next, back to streaming, and then back to raiding, like alternating for like 4 days straight, is a little mentally tiring for me. So I don't. There is something there's something I've got to change up about that. I don't want to stream less, but I may take a look at like what days I'm streaming and rearrange them again. But so far, I've not figured out a schedule that would be better for me overall. Because, like, unfortunately, the weekends are kind of occupied because they're like the only days I get to play 40k. So I don't really want to give that up either. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm looking for solutions, but I don't have any yet. And again, I don't want to stream less, so that's... I am not really considering that at the moment. Speaking of raiding in 14, and just because I want to talk about it a bit, I am so excited for Evercold. The Bastion is probably the most excited I have been for a new job since Gunbreaker came out. Because both jobs' weapons fall into the category, and I mean this affectionately. If you're 10 years old, this is the coolest thing you've ever seen. Both the gun blades and now gun shields. I know there's actually like a different term they used for the gun shields, but I do not remember what it is. I think it was like kind of Norse inspired, but I might be misremembering that. But either way, just gun shields, easier name for them. And I'm excited. Nothing has ever tempted me from putting down Gunbreaker before, but it's the temptation is there now. I mean, I won't know anything until I can actually play it and see how see if I actually even really like the job that much, but I do have a feeling it'll be pretty hard to make me not like it. I have seen, so like one thing I can definitely see the frustration with, because boy is the fact that both raid series in the expansion looks like they're going to be crossovers, with the Alliance raid being a crossover with Evangelion of all things. I have no idea logically how this is going to work. All I can do is blame Yokotaro somehow. Like, he's not been mentioned as being involved in this, but this whole thing reeks of him somehow. I could be completely wrong. It might have nothing to do with him, but it sure feels like it does somehow. I'm sure the Evangelion raid will somehow be canon to Nier Automata. That's my that's the only thing I can predict about it. But jokes aside, it sure is a weird choice, but it's also just kind of weird enough that I'm kind of here for it. Like, at this point, it's just like, again, it's baffling enough that I just kind of want to see where they go with it. Though I do definitely, and then the normal raids being Final Fantasy VII. Again, like, I think would have not had some backlash if I feel like people would have been way more on board with that if it hadn't been for the Evangelion raids, but we'll see. I at this point, I am confident enough in their design for everything that I will enjoy both. It is kind of a shame that stuff like Fortnite and more recently Magic have kind of ruined the idea of like crossovers for everybody, and like something that used to be like a fun novelty is now like oversaturated and just feels very corporate. So it is a shame, and for me the fun of it is not fully gone, but I totally get why it is for a lot of people. So we'll just have to wait and see. I think I'm also a little bit more okay with the normal raids being a crossover, because Arcadian is probably not even probably. The Arcadian is my favorite raid series in the whole game. And it was going to take something incredible to live up to that in the next expansion. And that was almost certainly not going to happen. And I was okay with that happening. I'd already kind of accepted that whatever the next normal raid is, I'm not going to love it as much as Arcadian, and it's going to feel a little, it's just not going to be as fun for me immediately after. And that was fine, and I was okay with that. So now it being, like, a crossover thing, it's like, I already knew I wasn't going to be that invested in it. And so this is maybe the perfect time for it to be a crossover for me, when my expectations I knew were already not going to be, like, overly hyped for it. So, I don't know. Long story short, I'm okay with it. I think it'll be fun. I totally get why other people are less enthused. But, yeah. Also, every single new zone they've showed off has, and I realize it almost, like, you know, it's just, not to sound like someone who's only ever seen, like, one point of reference for a thing, but it's really, really giving me vibes of, like, the Xenoblade series. And I realize, you know, that type of, like, environment design is not exclusive to Xenoblade. It's my best reference for some of that stuff. And again, none of this is a complaint. I adore the environment design in Xenoblade, and the fact that it's even giving me somewhat similar memories of it is a major plus to me. really, really looking forward to Evercold. Also, just all the, like, there's so many good little, like, under-the-hood changes coming as well. Like, better character customization, like, the gear altering for, like, little details and whatnot. There's a lot. There's a lot good coming. Alright, let me take a look at what should the feet be looking like. Are they solid blue? Or, well, they would be solid white. Looks like more or less, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, that is looking like all the black done on this. You know what I might do? Before I start cleaning up the blue on this, maybe I will just go ahead and start doing the... Before I put the black away, let's start doing the black on the torso as well. Get a good view of this. Alright, there's actually not a lot of black to do on the torso. Yeah, there's not actually that much, so... Most of this will be staying blue. Just need to do a little bit of it. And I think I might even deviate a little bit from the main art here, and do a little bit of extra black in a few places as well, just to be more consistent with how I painted some of my other battle suits. You can see a lot better on this weird little places where the primer kind of came off. And again, I think that was me turning it to spray the other sides before it had fully dried. So got no one to blame for that but myself. But I think the primer did like successfully stick everywhere else at least. Section. Yeah, okay. Gonna have some cleanup to do, but that's okay. So I did finally go back on my own time and did a New Game Plus run. Like, I did a full New Game Plus run of Liza P, and just fully got everything else done. Like, I did the rest of the endings and got all the items I didn't have already, and just fully 100% of the game. And man, I still adore that game. It was so much fun. A part of me wanted to just do a third run of the game just for the fun of it. I really hope that that game does get a proper follow-up, and that the developers don't actually end up investing in AI garbage. But we'll see. But I've been really, like, ever since finishing that second playthrough though, been really feeling the itch to play another Souls-like. And I don't know what yet. I really want to play Code Vein 2 because I've heard it's actually quite good. Like, I really enjoyed the original Code Vein, and even after like kind of revisiting it and realizing that okay, yeah, it's pretty rough in a lot of places. But I've heard 2 is actually just quite good. So I'm looking forward to checking it out. But there's, I guess there's like a DLC coming out for it, like in the next month or so. So I figure I might as well just, at this point, I might as well just wait, do the whole game at once. And but unfortunately, it feels like every game I kind of want to do a playthrough of at the moment. I'm kind of waiting on now because I also have been wanting to revisit Rogue Trader because I've not done a playthrough of that since my first one either, and so I've not seen any of the like DLC characters added on with that and all the extra little side stories and whatnot. But again, the I believe final DLC for that is coming out also in about a month or so. So it's like right now I'm just kind of stuck waiting on DLCs to drop. And I especially went to with Rogue Trader because I believe, if I recall correctly, once you have a playthrough started, you can't add the DLC to that playthrough without starting over again. So that one especially, I need to wait on. Just because Rogue Trader is a very long game, and if I start it now, the DLC will be out well before I actually finish the playthrough, so there's no sense in doing that yet. I should probably be using a smaller brush for this. It'd be making a lot less of a mess. I don't even know why I'm painting these, because I'm pretty sure these rails aren't even going to be visible once I stick the rail cannon on, but whatever. Okay. Now it's very big change in brush size. Probably gonna mess this brush up pretty quick using it for this, but this is not that nice of a brush anyway, so. No real worry there either way. Oh, actually, I guess I didn't need to do black along the outside edge there. That's going to go back to being blue. Oh well. Easy enough to fix. little bit of trouble getting these gaps here. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have painted these individually before gluing them in, but whatever. It's not causing me that much grief. Just a tiny bit. I have missed doing these painting streams. Very relaxing.
I mean, I could always just, you know, turn on some music and paint, but I don't know. I like doing it as a stream. And I know it's probably not the most interesting thing to everybody, but I do like that it just kind of feels like a hangout, even if folks aren't talking. Because I know at least a couple folks do like to just have me on in the background while they do other stuff. And that the painting streams are sometimes good for that. I mean, there's other channels that I do exactly that with as well, so I totally get it. And happy to provide that for anyone that does enjoy it. Also part of why I try to keep the music for these, like, very relaxed as well. Okay. There's almost certainly going to be a number of places that I'm going to spot later that I need to get a little bit more black on, but in this moment, I think I'm more or less done with the black on both of these. Actually, no, not quite. I'm seeing one spot on the 1 foot here that I need to do. I might actually end up redoing some aspect of the feet. Again, I want to dig out my Storm Surge and compare how I did the feet on those, just to make sure I'm getting things somewhat consistent, because it's going to bother me if I don't. But for the time being, I'm fine with moving on to some other color now. Let's go up a brush size, just a little bit here. Start doing some gray. think there's a little bit of excess glue that dried there now that I'm looking at it very closely. Let's see if I can't clean this up just a tiny bit. That's better. I don't know how I got glue on the front there, but no matter how careful I am, I always seem to end up with glue on my fingers whenever I'm putting resin kits together, so I probably just had some on my hand and then it got on the body there when I picked it up. Probably what happened. Oh yeah, I've got to do a lot of extra cleanup on this side. I was not thorough with the black on these ones. That's fine. I'm gonna have to clean up some of the gray here. I'm getting some gray on the black anyway, so I was gonna already have to fix that. Still a few things to do with on the gray here, but I'm gonna need I want a smaller brush for that. So let's do a little bit here. Might actually be the only real gray I have to do on the legs here. There's probably something else, but alright, I think I'm gonna switch to back to my small brush here. I'm gonna do a little bit more of the gray that needs done, and then I might step up for a moment to go grab my Storm Surge so that I can do some comparisons on how I did certain details. Again, because if I'm not consistent with it, it's going to bother me. And I'd rather get it right now than fix it later. Okay. Is there anything else little that I wanted to paint in gray? Oh, well, I didn't get the inside of this. There we go. Nope. Get the inside of this part. Alright. Torso is coming along nicely. There's some fine details I gotta fix, and I haven't even done, like, started touching up the blue that I've gotten every other color on, but some good early progress. Again, there is not a chance this is going to be even close to done tonight, but still, slowly getting there. Alright, I will be right back. I am just going to go grab my Storm Surge. Alright. Now I can use this as a color reference for certain things. One of the big ones I wasn't quite sure of off the top of my head was how I did the feet. And it looks like it'll be gray on the bottoms of the toes. And that's kind of the important bit. Alright. Set you off to the side here. I'm actually looking at it now. There's probably a few things I would have painted differently on it. And I guess if I'm following that example exactly, I should have had these bits here be black, but I think I like the gray better. Breaks up the color just a bit. Okay. Well, I do have a little bit of cleanup to do on the black, because I noticed there were a few places that I did not get it in the grooves well enough, and also I just got the gray on it in a few places that I didn't want to. Let's start fixing that. Actually, I wonder if... do I actually just want this whole section here to be black?
No, I don't think I do. I think I will. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Alright. Few places to correct on the other side. See a few more gaps that I missed, and I'm probably going to keep finding more gaps, unfortunately. Downside of using a primer that's like blue. Anything I miss is going to be very noticeable. Okay, now how did I do the stabilizers on the back? Okay, the stabilizers I did... I actually painted the whole thing black. Okay. So, you know what, this calls for a bigger brush.
got those. I did see that the vents on the top had a couple places I didn't quite fill in as well, so let's do that. Okay. That's looking good. So, it occurs to me. So something kind of interesting about the sculpt for this. It's interesting to me that they, all, like, this thing came with holes for magnets already set in, and, like, instructions for, like, what sizes were meant to fit in these, which is great. That means you can swap the arms around. It's interesting that they accommodated that for the arms, but not the back weapons, which the back weapons are the ones I'd be most likely to want to swap around. But I did think about trying to figure out some way to magnetize the back weapons, but one, this thing is going to be so ridiculously front heavy that I don't know that any magnet solution I would come up with would hold it in place super well. So, and to be honest, like, this, again, I've already talked about, this thing is not going to be very competitive. Like, I don't think it matters what back weapons I'm running on it in the end. Like, the ability to swap that out is not really going to change that much. But since I do have the option to swap out the arms, I figure I might as well at least take advantage of that. It's nice they made some accommodation for that. If it's honestly more than I would ever have expected at all. Alright. Now, let's get the gray on the toes here. In hindsight as well, I should have glued the legs to the base after I put primer on everything. Like, I don't think I needed to wait till after I painted it, but I should have sprayed the primer separately, so then at least I wouldn't have to paint the entire base tan before putting the dirt texture on. But oh well, it's not gonna. It wouldn't have saved me that much time. Maybe like 20 minutes at most, and even that's probably being very generous. I'm so terrified turning this thing that it's just gonna like pop off the base here and fall. I did not do a great job of assembling the legs, because there was no like fixed position to build them in. It was just assemble the leg joints in whatever way you want to, which is great for if you really know what you're doing. If you're like me in that you only kind of know what you're doing, it was a little rough just because I was very afraid of building the legs in such a way that they wouldn't go stably on the base. And I got them more or less even, but it's not perfect. So I hope there is enough contact being made with the base when I glued it on that it won't just pop off because of the amount of weight on it. I mean, I think now is probably when it's at the most danger of it, because it, like, once it's done, I'm not going to be picking it up and holding it by the base like this and, like, turning it around and whatnot. So, if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen now, not later. I just would prefer it not happen at all. Hopefully it won't. It is very funny to me, though, that even in the official artwork of this thing, the feet just don't fit on the base. Like, that wasn't even an error on my part when building them. The feet just don't fit. It's a big model. Actually, before I wrap up stream tonight, I might put the Storm Surge back on camera next to this thing, just to get a good feel for what the size difference is going to be once it's finished. Sorry, I keep bumping the mic there. Alright, let's do this. inside and not feel like it's going to fall apart. Go. Okay. All right, let's do some of the markings here. I don't think that, I don't believe this is the intent of what these are used for, but I do like using these little bands as the equivalent of doing the squad number or vehicle number markings on Space Marine vehicles, just to set them apart. Not that I will ever have two of these at once, but just give the illusion of some sort of organized system here. Largely, the markings I choose to do for this are entirely arbitrary and don't actually mean anything. But again, it's the giving it the illusion of it meaning something. Alright, do that band on that leg. And sure, we'll do the bottom one on the other. Maybe I'll do the bottom and the top. Just so it doesn't look like I just accidentally painted the wrong one or something. doing this also just helps break up things from being too heavily, like, monotone. Just add some gray in here rather than it just being either all black and blue. And you know what? Sure, we'll do one of the bands here as well. Slowly coming together. Just as a quick thing here, just to see the overall progress. Yeah, looking good so far. Again, nowhere near done, but getting there. Okay, so what makes the most sense to do now? Go back to the black here, because I think there is one little thing I want to change on the feet here. I think I want this to be black.
Oh my, I just noticed a bunch of bare patches on the bottom of the legs here that I just didn't get. Alright, let's fix that. Might need to do something like this for a minute here. Yeah, I did a very bad job of getting the underside of this with the primer. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me later. I need to switch off to a slightly bigger brush for this. This just doesn't have enough coverage. I don't need the big brush, but something like this will probably do the job. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the bits. Alright. Slowly getting done with this. The underside is taking... Black makes it look better than when it was all blue. Yeah, for sure. The underside of this is taking a little bit longer than I thought it was going to, but most of that is my own fault. Yeah, this is where maybe I shouldn't have glued it to the base yet. I think I was in a hurry to get it attached to the base to find out if the legs were gonna sit on it okay before the glue had time to like get more permanent. Because the earlier I tried to fix something, the more likely it would be to be possible. But I hadn't really considered how much harder I was making it for myself to paint it. Looks a little awkward to move around with the base. Yeah, a little bit. I have a little turntable that I was going to use for this, but I couldn't find it. But in hindsight, it wouldn't really have helped much with having to turn it upside down with it like this. So, like, at this point, it'd probably just be in my way. But I'm slowly getting there. No reason to rush. I already knew this was going to take a while to do, so no reason to rush it. If it takes a while to do, then it takes a while to do, and it don't really matter. What color will base be? Same thing I've been doing for the rest of my towel. The sort of brownish, like sand, dirt adjacent texture I've been using. Yeah. Yeah, the legs are definitely going to be the most awkward thing. Once these are done, I imagine everything else will be a lot smoother. I know. A little bit of paint came off in the middle there, but I don't think it's really going to matter. None of this should be visible anyway once the torso is attached. Not that it really matters, but get that joint on the inside of the toe there. No one will ever see it, but I'll know I didn't paint it, so I need to paint it.
Your boy sprightly, 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 sprightly.
This is probably the least important thing that I'm bothering to paint, but again, I'll know I didn't do it, and it'll bother me. That's not the right reason to do it, but there. It's probably just a waste of time. But again, there's no rush to get this done, so why not? Okay, I think that's all the black that needs done on the legs. At least until I notice any sort of spots I missed, or if anything came off as I was rotating it around and whatnot. Let's just... Okay, I'm gonna call that good enough for the black. Alright. Such a thick buildup of paint on the end of this brush. There we go. It's a little bit better. Alright, before I get too much further ahead of myself, let's get the emblem on the front of the chest. There's not really a reason to do it now, but before I start adding some color to my paint water here, let's get the white before I have the risk of tinting it at all. Let that dry a moment, or I put another layer on.
feels like no matter how careful I try to be with it, this white paint in particular always gets way too thick. I mean, it's almost certainly me letting it get like too dried out or something, and why did I do that? Just trying to dig out that, whatever that flake of something is there. Okay, that's stuck in there. That's not... I thought maybe it was like a piece of dirt or something that just got wedged in there, but no. It's either a flaw in the resin or something that was stuck in there when I sprayed the primer, and now it's actually just there. It probably won't be noticeable once I put the wash on. Anyway, I was just trying to fix it while I saw it, but looking like that's going to be more effort than it's worth. There we go. That'll be good enough. Just double checking something. Let's... one more coat of white here. Probably would have dried a little bit smoother if I had not been messing with it, but hopefully that one should turn out all right. Okay, now the white looks like it's dried good. Okay, let's get a few of the glowing bits here before I forget to do it. Well, glowing bits and lenses and whatnot. Okay, it's a little too much water. All right. To do a little bit of cleanup after that, but oh, actually, hold on. There. Now, I won't forget to do that later. I think there's really much to do with that on the legs, is there? No. Well, no, you know what? There is one spot. Okay, now I believe it is just about time to begin the very slow process of cleaning up all the mistakes I've made. Well, not mistakes, just cleaning up all of the blue that I was a little sloppy with. And also just getting places that, like, the primer didn't go on and all that. So this is going to take a bit, and I don't even know if I'll get all of it done tonight. But we'll see. And I mentioned at the start, but in case anyone wasn't here yet, I do want to do basically all of this on stream. So whenever I put my brush down tonight, I am just going to set this aside until Wednesday. I'm not going to do any more off camera. I want to do the whole process of this one again, because never going to have the opportunity to paint another one of these. So having the whole process be watchable is fun for me. I guess if I do anything off stream, it'll just be like little color correction things of like mistakes I missed, or like little bits and pieces. Like if I notice like a gap in something or a spot I forgot to correct the color on, maybe I might do that, but not gonna make any actual progress on this off stream. All right, on to the blue. just about done cleaning up the torso, I think. I don't know. They'll as soon as I finish up with this area, I'm sure I'll see some other major spot that I've completely forgotten about. But still, good progress at the very least. I might actually have the torso done tonight, which I'll take that as a good first goal. Actually, maybe not, because I am realizing there's still a couple metallic details I need to paint on here yet, and I imagine probably the rest I'm going to be doing for stream tonight is cleanup, but we'll see. Maybe I will.
know why I'm bothering to fix the little marks here, because none of that's going to be visible when I put the arms on, but eh. Just about done with this, I think.
But if it's your fate, then every step forward.
Not entirely, but just about.
Closer to home.
Okay. I think, except for the little details that I've got to do in metallic yet, I think the torso is just about finished. So that's something. In fact, you know what? Before we start doing the cleanup of the blue on the legs, maybe we'll just go ahead and do that little bit of metallic stuff just to have one part of it done tonight. That's better. A little too much paint on the brush there. looks good so far. Okay. That looks good. Briefly go back to the blue here. Fix a couple of mistakes I made. that. And I did see one more spot. I want to put the bright blue for little lights. There. Alright. Well, aside from the wash, the torso is done. And I might need to do a little bit of cleanup on it. This is the one thing I might do off stream is I might, before I commit to the wash on this, I might just give it a once over and make sure there's no like little nooks and crannies that I missed or anything that's going to matter. But yeah, I am pretty happy with how the torso turned out. I think it looks great. Okay, so let's set that aside for the time being. And let's see, we've got what, about a half an hour left? Let's see how much more I can get done on the legs before then. Okay, so before I start cleaning up on the blue, I did notice a couple spots I needed to hit with the gray again. There we go. let's set this down like this.
That's actually not helping as much as I thought it would.
Again, I probably don't even need to worry about getting this, but
It's gonna bother me if I don't. Sorry, I've been very quiet this stream. I've just been very focused. Just been enjoying the music and concentrating on what I'm doing.
Alright. I think that is all the blue cleaned up, provided I didn't miss any glaring spots. Alright, I've still got to do the metallic, and again, there's probably some more cleanup to do that I'm just missing at the moment. Also, I have to paint the whole bottom of the base. But I think that is a decent enough stopping point for tonight. So, yeah, let's just show this off briefly, where I'm at. Again, still a little bit more work to do, but slowly getting there. Alright, well, I'm going to call it here. Thank you, everyone who hung out. I will be back Wednesday with more of this. And I'll probably just continue painting this on stream until it's done, because I do want to have it finished. Because I am very excited to eventually get it on the table. I am very hungry and I want to go eat, so I'm just going to let y'all go. Have a good night, and I'll see y'all on Wednesday. Good night.